Hello, hello. To anyone out there watching first thing when the stream goes live. I was like, I don't remember all of the details about what happened 2 days ago because my memory is terrible. And I was like, okay, this was a problem for me last time. And I got lucky because the game actually like walked me through the events of that day. And I'm thinking it might not do that again. So I had this idea where like, okay, before I go live, I'll play through the stuff that I did last time on stream. Maybe there's like a skip button or something to get to like blast through the text that doesn't matter. And it seemed like a good idea. And then I didn't do that. So I'm just gonna dive in. But maybe we can all remind each other what happened last time. We unlocked the 5th floor of the school. It's got a dojo, or an archery range, or a training room, or something. Watch my VOD while doing something else. That is pretty lazy. Hey, Stums. The dojo was cool. There was like some armor in there. I don't know. It seems pretty inconsequential right now. There's a biolab we can't get in. I kind of feel like the only other place we could get in was the botanical garden area. I can't be right. There must have been something. Yeah, that's how bad my memory is. So we're looking around, we find some stuff. I think we hang out with some people and then we go to bed and we're not feeling well. And this is the start of events. We have a feverish dream where we're talking to ourselves about something I don't understand. And I don't even really have a lead on, and I don't even remember what it was. But what was more interesting was the part where it seems pretty clear to me that we had woken up and saw the 16th student hovering over our bed with a knife, and then there's a scuffle. And I think Makoto honestly thinks he did something about the attacker in his sleep-addled state, despite the fact that moments later, Kyoko was standing there above our bed. Kyoko leaves and is literally never seen again. We haven't seen her since. I hope we see her again. And so we wake up and all kinds of stuff is happening. Monokuma is broken in the gym and everyone's been up all night taking him apart. And while he's disassembled, everyone decides to break into the headmaster's office. And then I think, yeah, we decide we're gonna use the pickaxe in the garden. So we send Toko, and on her way there, she transforms. She sneezes and transforms into Genocide Jill. Doesn't remember why she was there, but she does come back and say, hey, I don't have a pickaxe, but there's a body in there. The body appears to be the 16th student, though they were masked. And before we could unmask them, a bomb on the body blew up, charred the corpse, leaving it unrecognizable. It's been stabbed with a big fuck-off knife that we found somewhere that was given to me for safekeeping. Oh, right, we found the disaster room. That was the other room. One of the other rooms. The room where we think maybe the tragedy took place with the chalk outlines and the blood dried from a year ago. Anyway, we need to figure out who this body really is. Is it the 16th student? Is it Kyoko? Oh, right. The body had a key on it that took us to the data center. And in the data center, we learned that we've been on a TV show the whole time. And that Monokuma has been leading us down this path the whole time. He wasn't actually broken. We weren't ever gonna get anywhere he didn't want us to get. He wanted to give us hope before he could snatch it away. And then he came and dangled all that in front of our faces. Hands us the Monokuma file for the body in the garden. And takes off. And this is where we leave off. So we're going to be in our investigation here. We stood there, and I don't know how long, frozen in place. I couldn't think. I took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment? And how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. It's a raid from Jorf. Hello, everyone. We're playing Danganronpa. I just spent 5 minutes giving a recap of what happened last time. I never saw you coming because I had both eye patches on. We're investigating a murder. A body was found and it had a mask on, so we're not sure who it is. We got some guesses, and as we go to take the mask off, it explodes and it's charred, and we don't know who it is. But we need to figure out who killed this student. Otherwise, we all die, except the person who did the murder. That's how the game works. So we got to do some investigation.
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that at this point we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. What
the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Mukuro Ikusaba was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills the condition, and if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means that the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead. So naturally, that body can't belong to her, so it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibility. Kyoko is my favorite character in the game, and if it turns out that this is her body, and we don't even know it's her, it's just this body, and then it gets blown up and charred, and like there's no emotional goodbye, anything. I mean, she did give us a letter to read if something ever happens to her. So like maybe we get one emotional reading of that letter. I'm not gonna like it if it goes that way. We have to be prepared. Yeah, whoa, look, there it is. I don't want this to be her. Though I feel like those are her boots. I'm pretty sure those aren't her nails, though. I can't help but notice those nails are completely untouched. I feel like we're gonna investigate the body and it's gonna be a thing. Kyoko's been murdered? No, it's not possible. Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. Myself? Anyway, we'd better begin.
But
if we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer...
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Huh?
But you just said,
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm, so I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That is how this game works, after all. What the fuck is this music? Oh shit. Oh, I'm in my chair, I'm moving. Oh my god. Oh, I was coming into this stream a little bit sleepy, and now I'm ready to investigate. Yeah. Oh, it's the same theme as before, but it just had a little mustard on it. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Now that's strange. Why would you do that? Holy shit. How can I talk while this music is happening? Oh, the saxophone! You came here just for the best part, Exuno. Put your headphones on and rock out! Ow! I'm not pressing a fucking button until this song loops. Wow. I don't know if it's technically looped yet, but we're into the down tempo part. Yeah, we just recapped what happened last time. I hit the text box a couple times. Byakuya thinks it must be Kyoko who's dead because he believes Monokuma would not still be functioning if it was the mastermind. And I think there's a ton of problems with that. We don't know that the 16th student is the mastermind, right? These could be different people. And we don't know that even if the mastermind was dead, that would stop Monokuma from functioning. He's already admitted when he was stopped functioning that that was like a ruse on his part, right? It's not necessarily tied to that at all. Body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So, the body was covered with wounds from several days ago. Was hit with a pipe, which I think sounds like maybe something Kyoko did to disable the attacker. Also, this would be the kind of thing that might render someone unconscious so that you could drag them to a place that you wanted to drag them, and then you could stab him, or someone else could stab him. So these are the elements at play, I guess. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body. Could it really be Kyoko? Yeah, this is the most murdered body we've seen so far. Covered in wounds, hit by a pipe, stabbed with a knife, and exploded by a bomb. I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. No matter what, I have to find out what happened, or we're all dead. I need to go back to the scene of the crime. Back to the garden. Maybe it's just this music, but Back to the Garden makes me think of like, welcome to the jungle. Have you seen the sign? It's like it's a sign up in a garden, and it's like, welcome to the garden, please respect the rules. Okay, time to get started. I need to check anywhere that may be important from one end to the other. You looked through the spoiler-free guide to remember how much of the game there was. And for one of the scenes you said last time, it said, examine dead body, examine deader body. I just need to do what I always do. Good timing, Makoto. I wanted to talk to you. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words,
My alibi.
in other words,
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were after nighttime began last night. I think I was in bed, right? I was sick? Yeah, okay. I have the event straight in my head, at least that much. Well, I was sick. I was asleep all night. Why are you asking about that now, and what's nighttime got to do with it?
naturally.
Isn't it obvious? This murder took place after nighttime. Oh, the sprinklers. The sprinklers come on at 7:30 in the morning, and the sprinklers have washed away the blood from the knife. Because, no, okay, fine. Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days. Kind of suspicious, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body.
In other words,
So the murder could only have taken place at some point during nighttime after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's rooms to get them. At that point, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I. In the gym the entire night. Immediately went to get them, they went to the gym, and that's where they stayed. Yeah. So it sure seems like only me or Kyoko could have done this murder. But that all hinges on this being the scene of the murder. And if the body was hit with a pipe, it could have been dragged here and killed here. At some other point. Or it could have been killed elsewhere. Well, then that has nothing to do with the pipe. Well, I don't know. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
that's right.
And if the victim really is Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well. But you never came to the door, so where precisely were you? I look pretty suspicious. I'm telling the truth, I was in my room, but I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so that's hardly an alibi, I know. So what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here. I'm the only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? Byakuya's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section. It's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, thanks.
You're serious.
But I was just thinking about when we first found the body. When the body was found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when that was. Wow, this is incredibly helpful. Thank you so much for looking back. This is the second time the game's been like, oh, it was 2 days ago you played? Don't worry, we got you. Monokuma's announcement woke me up at 7 o'clock as usual, and I headed for the dining hall. Once I got there, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Took me 30 minutes to get there. I mean, look, I take a long time to wake up too. It's okay. Then I headed to the gym, where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toko went to go get the pickaxe. Alright, we're just fast-forwarding to that we all went up to the headmaster's office, and then Toko went to get to the pickaxe. That's when she found the body. What time was it then? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9, so it's probably 9 on the dot now. That's right, it had to have been right around 9 o'clock.
You know?
Now that you mentioned it, I think you're right. So I think we could say for sure that the body was found at 9 a.m. Okay, my job's done. That's a pretty small job. When the body was found, look at this slide they've slid in here. Dining hall at 7:30. Or was dining hall at 7, gym at 7:30? Headmaster's office at 9. Body shortly thereafter. Here's this knife that I had in my room. That was probably the murder weapon. The one that was stuck in the body. Force of the explosion must have thrown it over here. The Monokuma file said the knife went all the way through the body from front to back, which is a weird thing to note. It's very specific. And I'm trying to think of why they would say that. I mean, one thing might be more simple, just to be like the person who stabbed had to have enough strength to put a knife all the way through a body like that. But maybe they're trying to get at, like, this isn't even a body, it's like a dummy full of cotton or something. Like, I don't... Anyway. Does that mean this knife is what caused the fatal injury? Either way, this knife, it looks really familiar. Wait, is this... That's it. It's the knife that person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. The person in this photo, I don't know how much to go off of this photo, but the person in this photo doesn't have those red fingernails. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same masked attacker we found here. I'm not so sure this is the same masked attacker. I'm starting to wonder if maybe we had two different people wearing this getup for some reason. So maybe the masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was in kind of a trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife, and maybe then I... Makoto is so full of himself, he honestly thinks that he could have, in a sick, feverish, sleep-deprived state, could have somehow shot up and fought off a sudden attacker heroically, and then not even known he'd done it. Get over yourself, Makoto. You laid there like a sack while someone else did whatever they did. And if this really is Kyoko, it would mean Kyoko is the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. Knife at the crime scene. If I check the body more thoroughly, maybe then I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. Alright, well, this creepy fucking hand tattoo or whatever this is. Something weird about the fingernails. Yeah? You want to zoom in on the fingernail? I mean, the fingernails are important. Oh, they're fake. Okay, that's interesting. Someone could have put them on. I'm more interested in this tattoo. It looks like something a cult member would get or something. Hey, Tifa. And everyone. Lots of people here. These are fake nails, they're really long. It seems like they get in the way of normal activity. Also something on the back of her hand, a tattoo. It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like it's a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like it before. Tattoo on the right hand. It seems to want to specifically... The bottom part's like untouched. Didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water on it, which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. Nothing strange about that, right? The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt up. There's only one little piece left. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion, so it's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is wet. That's because it got set on fire and I threw water on it. Since I only threw water on the part that was on fire, the top half, the bottom half, is still dry. In other words, there's nothing strange about the top half being wet. There isn't, right? Exploded body analysis. Step away from the dead body. These look like fragments of something. They're all burnt, so I can't really be sure, but... I don't know what that is. I feel like I've seen something like it before, but where? Wait, was it there? I'll have to double check that later. This seems like the kind of thing I'm normally ahead of the game on, and I'm not. I don't remember what this is at all. It looks like the corner of a picture frame or something. Mounted to a hunk of wall. Got this flower that eats everything. I don't know how this plays into this case at all yet. Does it really eat paper, plastic, and people? Anyway, I don't think it's related to the case, so I think I'll just stay away. Do you think it's not related to the case? It's gotta be. You can dispose of anything here. An entire case was resolved because the person had to try to dispose of the evidence. Some chickens. There are only 4 chickens. I fucking told you they were being so specific about the number of chickens because there was going to be one less chicken.
Yo.
What's going on, Makoto? I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? There were precisely 5. Yeah, right? What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short. Bleh. That's so weird. I wonder when it disappeared. I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens. Just before nighttime. Okay. What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world. Yeah, I don't know about other cultures, but in Japanese, 4 is an unlucky number. You used to say it like shi, like death. And I think because of that, they started calling it yon now. And that's what they'll teach you in classrooms and stuff if you learn Japanese, but a lot of people will still say shi. And like there's like in Castlevania games, sometimes death will have like 4,444 health, stuff like that. It's like 666 for us. And I wonder if he used to say something about 4 being an unlucky number and it got localized out. Chicken coop chickens. What's up? I'm Mythical 9. We're the Chicken Coop Chickens. This is one of the monitors. Monokuma appeared on my Jorf. Hey, Jimmy. This is the panel that controls... Oh yeah, this is like the easily manipulatable sprinkler panel. Set to turn on at 7:30 every morning, and Monokuma said that the time positively couldn't be changed. Huh, hold on. So they turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? Then if the body was here before then, the sprinkler should have gotten it wet, which would mean the murder must have taken place. After 7:30? The bottom half... It wouldn't have had time to dry, right? We found it at 9? An hour and a half? It probably still would have been wet. Minus 3.2 going into Ashtar. God damn. Keep at it, Jimmy. You're gonna do it. Do you remember how the body looked, you know, before it blew up? If I remember right. There's not a lot of blood elsewhere, you know what I mean? Considering the knife went all the way through, maybe this is why they said the knife goes all the way through. Because blood should have been on the ground, and it wasn't. He was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a knife sticking out of the stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood, like on the body. Apparently the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was still wet. Yeah, they did say that, which means it was fresh. It didn't dry. It should have been everywhere, but it wasn't. Also, the blood probably would have got washed away if the sprinklers were here. Becky said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood there was in the body, I didn't see any of it on the ground around it.
Okay.
Wow, thanks, that was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. It's like I had a picture in my mind on screen right there in front of me. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember it a lot better too, so thank you too. Body before the explosion. So who does that body belong to? Whoever it is, I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna faint anymore. Camera. Says all the same stuff. Just to be sure, I should take a look in the tool shed. This room is dusty and disorganized. In other words, a pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably look into that in case it could be related to the case. The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. The kind of thing you could move a body in, I guess. But the underside is totally clean and completely dry. One side of the tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. That's the one thing in here that concerns me. All this other crap doesn't concern me. Don't check it, the game says. No, I say. I can't believe the lawnmower doesn't factor into this case. Crazy diamond. These tools have nothing to do with the case. Really hope there aren't any clues hidden in fertilizer. Alright. I think I've checked everything I need to in this area, but I'm not done yet. There are other areas I need to check, specifically that fragment I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions, and I still need to find out more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? If that's true, was that also Kyoko who attacked me last night? If I can find out more about her, maybe I can answer that question. Kyoko was never the kind of person to talk about herself all that much. Maybe if I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. But the key to her room...
It's all clear now.
Oh yeah, he tried to have her handed over. But she didn't actually, if I remember right. Can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity. Limit my options?
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. I don't have a choice. I'll have to see if he'll let me borrow her room key. Oh, so she did give it to him. Hey, Byakuya? If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it later, at the class trial. No, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect, after all. Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Bye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not. I'm just an asshole, I guess. In the meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Maybe I should check out that one area that the game keeps hinting at that I just don't fucking know. Alright, we're going everywhere, I guess. Actually, it'll be on the map, won't it? Gym. Oh, from the bomb. Okay. Got it. See, I just needed a little nudge. Andy, I feel like you should join more chat rooms and have the first thing you say just be murder. I want to go to the first floor, but not the gym on the first floor. There it is. Monokuma's laying dismantled on the floor, but I figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
I just found something. What is it?
Huh?
It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure. And that bomb went missing. There's no doubt about that. The fragments I found in the garden... Okay, I've checked everything else I can think of. All that's left now is Kyoko's room. I should head back to the garden and ask Byakuya. Didn't he leave the garden? If this was the bomb used to explode that body, whoever used it had to have been someone in this gym. And then why would they do that, right? So this... We can't avoid looking at the 4 people who were in the gym all night. Their airtight alibis are not good enough. We have to find some kind of flaw with it, because there's no reason for one of them to want to blow up the body. And I think it had to be one of them. Oop. Heyo. Think you can go soon?
Let's go.
You want to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well, let's go. What if, while I went to the gym, he went to Kyoko's room and messed with it? Hid things he didn't want me to see or whatever. Right? That's really suspicious that he didn't just go right away. And he had the key to the room. He's the only one who can get in there. He could have been in there earlier. He walked off without a second glance, and I hurried after him on our way to the dorms. Well then, here we go. He took out the key and slid it into the keyhole. And it's open. Looks like it, thanks. She's as boring as me. This is Kyoko's room. So her bathroom should be locked, right? Alright. Fine. Do a panty joke, I guess. Whatever. 6. Something on the table. It's a woodblock decoration. Well, is it a 6 or a 9? I wonder if maybe this is going to be a point of interest.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use them for their lockers. Oh. I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. It doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. Really, unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. Yeah. Woodblock key. Here's her bed. I don't see anything interesting here, at least not as far as the case is concerned. I know I already checked the bathroom door, but it sure does look like the bathroom door is fake and leaning off of the thing it's supposed to be covering.
What?
You wanted to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for? Nothing particular. I just thought we might find some kind of clue here. Clue that might help us understand Kyoko.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here? Sorry. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely you have something more concrete. Something to give us some sort of direction here. Mukuro and Isaba. A portal to the bathroom dimension. Oh, I know. Earlier, Kyoko gave me something.
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to you. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Found it! What's in the envelope? Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something has certainly happened, so open it. I opened the envelope and looked inside. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets. She's so good! She knew we were just gonna be like in her room.
What?
That's all that was in there? Yeah, looks like it. Under the sheets, what could it be? Could something be hidden under the bed sheets? Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets, I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class number 78 student registry. Mukuro Ikusaba.
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusaba's profile. Yeah, looks like it. That's probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room along with the key. Yeah. It was a key and a blank. This must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. I made an effort to pull myself together, then looked down at the profile sheet. Name, Mukuro Ikusaba. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. In elementary school. I wonder if this crazy Rambo knife is theirs. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. The fuck is a survival game tournament? I think it's like airsoft paintball kind of thing. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she'd received battle training of her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. God damn. How did anyone take this person down? Assuming someone even did, I don't know. The Ultimate Soldier, a mercenary group? This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in, it's like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other is sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That was how I saw things as just an ordinary person. And then,
I see.
I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. Hey, Kanonafun. You recognize it? The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have their uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir has already... Whoa, I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero. It's you. Have you gotten your pretty little handy there? Uh-oh, you found her profile? So what if we did? Don't freak out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. That's interesting. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well? Of course. Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting. It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. Huh. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hall back then, there were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all. A misunderstanding, are you saying?
in other words,
That's right, there weren't actually 15 of you.
yes,
The
indeed.
total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16. I thought he was implying like 17. I thought everyone was on the same page already that there are 16, and he was going, whoa, whoa, whoa. But okay, this is news to some people, I guess. 16, then.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden.
We saw
somewhere
this
in
like
the school.
5 times. Makoto, how did you not realize what the 16th student
The
meant?
one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Handy's back in. The 16th student, Mukuro Ikusaba, she's part of the school life. So the one making all the regulations is...
Why?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Because, like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've got so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know?
Yes, indeed.
Makes sense?
Well now.
Okay, that's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I have an extra bonus for you. Revenge? I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Cutie Cutie, so I'm gonna share a little secret with you. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in, day out all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but she wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars that she doesn't want anyone to see. Aw. Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, the body has the nails and the tattoo and stuff on it, right? And I was like, we can use this to identify if it's Kyoko or not. And then I was like, what does Kyoko's hands look like? And I couldn't remember. But I guess she wore gloves. Huh. So according to Monokuma then, the body is not hers? Now that's all you get. Monokuma's account has been added to the truth bullets. She wears those. I mean, the body. The report also says the body had a bunch of wounds on it, though, which is not. It lines up with this. Wait, so on the back of her hand. He didn't say which hand, though. Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's why Kyoko wears those gloves to hide the scars, which means those fake nails on the corpse. Are you thinking about Kyoko again? Huh?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. This trap?
Such ignorance.
God must have really hated you to make you so dull. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here. Obviously, Monokuma was trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules to the game. But why would he tell us that? And why now? He said he wanted to make things clear so there wouldn't be any complaints later. But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of a 16th student. He needs to make our investigation fair. Mukuro is related to the case?
It's certainly possible.
How does he not actually think that Mukuro is related to the case? What is the matter with him? Sometimes he's so smart, and man, I guess maybe he's just been getting lucky this whole time. Ultimate lucky. Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko. That would explain why we would have to have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing game. Mukuro's the killer? She killed Kyoko? Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began. But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit. What makes you say that? We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. Technically, the note said soldier, not despair. It was only Kyoko who said despair to me in my ear. So it's weird that he's saying that now. I feel like it's just like a weird translation issue or something. And not like he knows something he shouldn't. Did I say it to him? Maybe I did. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Oh, last stream. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good point.
In other words,
Mukuro giving us information that would raise questions about her would be bold, to say the least. Yeah, the name was dropped, but the title? I don't know. It makes more sense then to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So that's the trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. The way you say it, it definitely does seem possible, but if that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well then, I believe the sound of these guitars signals the continuation of our investigation. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. I should find out if that key and the dojo really are connected. Well, are you coming? There are wooden lockers here. They use woodblock keys just like at those super traditional bathhouses. It looks like the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go in one of these lockers.
I see.
Kodo, do you see the locker furthest to the right?
Very strange.
That's the only one that doesn't have a key in it at the moment. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found on that locker, right? Also, it has a 6 on it, guys!
That's right.
Took out the woodblock key and inserted it into the locker's metal lock, and the locker eagerly accepted the key, and it opened. There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total. They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are. I have no idea how these fit into anything. Of course, without a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a wadded up ball of duct tape. I wonder what this was used for. Is that a blood stain? If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case. The duct tape is related to the case somehow? But how could it possibly be involved? Bloody duct tape has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Duct tape and arrows. For some reason, the first thought that came into my mind is Kyoko duct taped herself to like a ceiling like a fucking ninja to like get the drop on someone. I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Something
Very
wrong?
strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Yaki. Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location. Huh? What next location? There's still something we need to look into. We need to do more research on Fenrir. You mean the mercenary group that Mukuro was a part of? But how are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? Where in the school would you go to do research on something? Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to. We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's begin. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here. Yakuya seemed to know the archive like the back of his hand, and went straight to a shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned with a file in hand. Oh, wow, you looked it up? Thanks. Right now I need to talk to Byakuya. I thought I was talking to Byakuya.
I see.
Take a look at this. I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French? I'm sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever, I'll read it for you, but I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. Which sure seems like the tattoo on the back of the hand of the corpse. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they'd acquired. Some, however, believed there was mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting definitely isn't the word I would use. So did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mention it, the report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body. They got a tattoo. Could that mean? Ding dong, bing bong. It just dawned on me how little I understand about the case.
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us, organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that.
So
Anyway,
poetic.
It's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Then the time has come. All we can do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial. It would seem that way. Let's go. We never found Kyoko's body. And like, if she's not dead, does she have to be here? Like what? Maybe she's just standing here. Nope. Whoa, Byaku and Makoto showed up together. Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to just go off together? Just the two of you? What, are you jealous? Are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself? Absolutely, that is 100% what she is doing. Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Any second. He could show up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself, but... We stood there for 5 full minutes waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
And it's because Kyoko is not here yet. Because she's alive. She's alive. I believe it. What's going on here? Why isn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here? Or what? Or what? Jesus. Did I scare you? Fuck. I can't help but notice this isn't Kyoko walking into the room or whatever. I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? I made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Oh.
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here now, can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. But you're wrong. I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the ones making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey.
Hell yes! Badass bitch walking in the room. I'm here, and no rule's been broken. Kyoko! You're still alive. That's a ghost. Stop talking. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
Is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong? You're so selfish, so spoiled. You're right, there's no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later. No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts onto the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of you. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko! So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Thank God. I'm so glad you're okay. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right, now we gotta deal with a ghost. I told you to stop talking.
Let's go.
Let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator. Huh. Master, wait for me. Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial is over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator, but I I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you, where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go off somewhere, didn't you?
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. Second floor.
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that. I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then when did you find out? Just now. I finished my search and came back down just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
However,
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words,
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What? Maybe this is something the 16th student had?
Just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto.
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation. Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would you say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Does the game honestly want us to suspect her of doing the murder? I mean, she is highly suspicious, to be fair, but I just have trouble seeing her fulfilling that role in the story right now. Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. And the doors slid shut. This time the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes, but it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed.
Chills! Kills!
And so the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Okay. First I'm gonna blow my nose, then I'm gonna go over all this evidence. So, the victim, kind of by process of elimination, has to be Mukuro Ikusawa, right? If everyone else is alive, and the investigation, body announcement, class trial, if all this is happening, then the person who died is a student. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown, but I think it is known. They were dead before the blast. They had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. So there should be blood somewhere, right? And the only bloody piece of evidence we have is the duct tape. The tarp is not bloody. If it was involved in transporting a body or something, I would have thought it would be, but it's not. But we also have to consider the sprinklers. At some point, they could have washed blood away from something. What happened to the chicken? I mean, that matters, right? Like, it's not in there for no reason. I guess we'll get to that when we get to that. Explosion has burnt the upper half of the body beyond recognition. The upper half of the body remained on fire and had to be extinguished. Because of this, the upper half was soaking wet while the bottom half remained dry. So it wasn't here when the sprinklers came on. Sprinklers come on at 7:30. Where's Aui's count? When the body was found. See, I've been trying to establish timelines like this a lot. So it's really interesting that the game this time has it as evidence. 7:30, Makoto and Aoi arrive in the dining hall. So sometime between us in the dining hall and us meeting them in the gym, headmaster's room, Toko going to the garden. Sometime there is where the body has to appear. That, or someone reprogrammed the sprinklers. The time is impossible to change. I thought he said something about how... Maybe he just said, don't change him. The body was wearing notably long fake nails. I don't know how that fits into anything yet, really. We got the Fenrir tattoo. We have the fragments of the bomb. I mean, Toko was the one who goes into the garden, right? Toko was in the gym where the bomb was. She goes into the garden, discovers the body. She's got a lot of opportunity to do some stuff. It can be assumed if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, it would have gotten wet. Unless the body was like under the tarp or something. Is that what the arrows are for? To do something with the tarp? To like prop it up? I think the only way the bomb gets from the gym to the body is Toko, right? We're all together with the bomb. She goes into the garden to get the pickaxe. Then we get there and we're all there together and the body blows up. The knife found near the body was the same knife that was used to stab it before the explosion. Also the same knife that Toko had given to Makoto for safekeeping, and the knife the masked assailant was holding when they attacked Makoto. I'm just gonna assume all of this is true. It seems likely the knife is in my room, so whoever comes to attack me grabs it out of there. Which maybe implies it was someone who knew it was there. Which maybe implies it wasn't Mukuro Ikusaba, because they weren't in the dining hall or whatever when everyone gave me the knife. I don't know if they have access to like the cameras or whatever, so they would see that and know. So maybe they could have known. But maybe that will be important. But they grabbed the knife from my room and attack me with it. Then something happens. It's really strange to me how the events could have taken place. Like, I talked to Kyoko very briefly, and she said, like, I was in the second floor dorms, I was investigating. She never said, like, hey, I saved your life last night, right? This tarp. One side wet and filthy, the other side completely clean and dry, which is important, right? It's not like the it was face up and then the sprinkler hit it and washed away whatever was on it, because it would still be wet, I assume. So that one side of the tarp just never got even a little bit dirty. Mud and grime had to have come from the garden. I'm trying to think of how this could be used to hide the body in the garden. And I don't really see a practical way of doing it while keeping one side of it completely clean and dry. But I think if you had the body on the ground, and then the tarp propped up by titanium arrows or something over top of it with the clean dry side down, that would keep the body dry, would keep the underside of the tarp dry. The top of it would get hit by the sprinklers. I don't get how that would get mud and grime on it though. That's the part that doesn't add up with that idea. And it's my only idea, so I'm moving on. The number of chickens is decreased. Yasuhiro claims there are without a doubt 5, and yet 1 is gone. Why? Why? It just seems to have so little to do with anything. It'd be a way to get blood on something. No corpse in the garden just after nighttime last night, so it can be assumed the murder must have taken place sometime after that. Yakuya also said he, Yasuhiro, Toko, and Aoi were in the gym the entire night and none of them were alone at any point. The corpse had a mask covering its head and a white jacket covering its body. Knife had been thrust in the abdomen. There were bloodstains around the wound. Body had stopped bleeding, but the blood was still wet. No blood on the ground around the body. The ultimate soldier, not the ultimate despair. Obsessed with the military, disappeared for a while on vacation in Europe and reappeared in Japan 3 years later. Every member of Fenrir gets a tattoo. Began with 16 participants. It is assumed that Mukuro Ikusaba was the 16th student. Hanakuma also revealed that the reason Kyoko wears gloves is to hide something she doesn't want anyone to see. Wait, huh. I mean, he said scars. Woodblock decoration. Key to one of the lockers in the dojo. This could have been planted by Byakuya. In fact, since he's the only one with the key, the only way things got into the locker is like he has to have something to do. Byakuya has to have something to do with the arrows and the things in the wooden locker, right? No, that's not true. Someone could have used the locker, left the key somewhere, and then he could have taken it and planted it in the room. But somehow that key is used to lock that locker and then ends up in Kyoko's room during a period where he is the only one who has the key to get inside that room. I don't know how that fits in, but that's obviously important. A set of titanium arrows was found in the dojo locker. 10 in total. Bloody duct tape. Traces of blood. She used a secret tool to get into any room in the school. Alright, I'm gonna save it up. I'm gonna take a quick break, refill my water, a couple minutes, come back, and we'll do this thing. I'll see you then. Okay, I'm back. I had lots of time to think. I came up with no new deductions. So here are some questions I have. Where did Kyoko get the secret tool? Who could have had it? Where and when did Kyoko? Who could have had it before? And when? I feel like I'm not gonna write a question like, what's up with this duct tape? It is really weird that you never see the 16th student's face. It leaves a lot shrouded in mystery here. I'm trying to think if there's some way that Kyoko is the soldier of fortune mercenary. And this is someone else. Like her name's actually Mukuro Ikusaba. And this is Kyoko, or I don't know. What happened to that chicken? I think I've realized I just have too many questions that are like, I don't know what is this for? Like there's too many questions. Too many questions and not enough answers, so let's go. Let's go get some.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened.
The room
and
is very bright.
The one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
This guy, I have been thinking more and more that maybe this dumb guy bit is a bit. I'm becoming increasingly terrified of his energy.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
Look at her. Okay.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
I can't believe we're actually humoring him on this. Her piercing glare.
I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
It probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. Just kick this guy out of the trial. Why are we all humoring this moron? I don't have any choice but to actually start here at proving that Kyoko is not a ghost. These are all kind of relevant.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Alright, so we're countering must have been wearing gloves. No, I forgot to check the... This isn't really talking about the gloves. I guess you can't get the gloves over the nails?
Impossible.
I have to remember the buttons.
Then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, it's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Almost the thing you were self-conscious about were your dirty, garbage-ass nails.
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Wow, he's gone from stupid to misogynistic.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
They tend to go together, though, I guess.
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life.
Wow.
If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Also, I'm fucking alive and talking to you right now.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Identify the victim. Everything starts from there.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Shoot!
I took a shot.
If Kyoko really is
It
still
wasn't
alive,
beyond recognition because we can see the
then who
tattoo.
died?
That was my thinking.
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file.
Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
All right.
Then who does?
I'll do the same thing to the second one.
Wasn't any description. Well, if we can't identify the body...
I pressed the
Then
wrong
there's
button.
nothing else we can do, right?
I wanted to focus.
Kyoko really? Then who does?
It's gotta be I don't think so. And there wasn't any description. Well, if we can't identify the body...
No, that's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? You're lying. He'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog?
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to other information... Is this the one that has it?
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Wolf?
Now I understand.
3.3 seconds, baby!
The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir.
Golf.
Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology.
Yeah, they keep saying tattoo somewhere on their body, which I just keep thinking one of these other characters might have a tattoo somewhere else on their body. And I'm kind of looking at Kyoko for that shit.
He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
It couldn't just be a tattoo of a wolf.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised.
What?
But you're absolutely right.
He's just gonna say this?
Indeed, the trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a clue-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place.
I still don't... This term just comes from Kyoko saying it one time. And I don't know where she got it.
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, The headmaster has nothing to do with it.
Again, she just has these notions about the headmaster.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost.
We're getting misdirected here. Whatever Kyoko knows, he doesn't want her to say.
Please limit all future prattle, chatter,
Maybe.
and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so
The
nobody
classroom
thinks
trial
you
music has even
let me
just
state this
completely
one more
been...
time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken
Okay, it's
place.
clarifying this. I figured this out.
Hammer that point straight into your big old brain.
One of us killed another one of us.
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no. There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along.
See, I actually had this thought myself at one point, and now I feel really bad that this thought is being put into this character's mouth.
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
No, looks like the dreams of Andy, the 17th student, just got completely smashed.
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible
He
suspects.
thinks it's gotta be me or Kyoko because we don't have alibis.
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
Still trying to figure out how the big flower factors into everything. Like, I almost wonder if someone, like, tried to throw the body into the flower and have it devour it, and then it just, like, spat it back out. Plop!
The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
Unless for some reason two people were working together.
exactly so.
The only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name. Have you noticed that anytime there's a line with actual emotion, it's never voice acted? I have no idea what Makoto sounds like when he's angry or stressed or sad or...
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better
We're in the middle of
idea
the
what
fifth
time the murder took
trial.
place.
I think there's probably a couple more trials after this, so I'm not all that close to beating the game, despite this being like hour 32 or something. A better idea of what time the
Doing
murder
that
took
might
place.
reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Look, he's on our side. He wants us to get help.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body?
That's a big window.
Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right?
This is like 9:05 or something.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
I remember. I'm paying attention. Yeah, he's got the line about 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock.
There should be a mystery tournament trophy.
But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
And it should be more effort to make and ship it to the winner than it is to run the tournament.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. Okay, but we're okay though, because 7:30 is when the sprinklers come on. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. So I think we wanna arm ourselves with the sprinklers.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
I could hit 7:30 with sprinklers.
Murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm supposed to do.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most...
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
What? Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between...
I was pretty sure about that. The fragments come from a bomb. Which was still in the gym at 7:30? And then we've got exploded body. Is this what it wants? The body's dry? Is it the exact same concept that I wanted to point out, but just with a different piece of evidence, despite that evidence being the sprinklers come on, and I tried to say, what about the sprinklers? Is that it? Is it just classic Ace Attorney bullshit?
Have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
I keep pressing the wrong
more than
button.
enough time to commit murder, I should think.
So Makoto, if you have any...
I'm kind of running out of time here.
We've established a time. It took place somewhere between 9 o'clock and... Yep, and Makoto...
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Fuck.
Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have...
Yeah, from 10 to 7:30.
What are we doing here?
Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I don't think it makes any sense to take 10 o'clock at night and shoot it at 7:30, or to take 7:30 and shoot it at 10 o'clock at night. There's something that happens in the garden at the same time every morning. Thinking back, the corpse was almost totally dry, in which case I should be able to figure out when the body must have appeared in the garden.
We've established a time.
I shot all 3 pieces of evidence at 7:30, right? That's what I did? I'm pretty sure that's what I did. I've got these 3.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Am I supposed to shoot 10 because it couldn't be 10? I'm supposed, like, the thing, you want to contradict something, right? You want to shoot the thing that's wrong?
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
Okay.
No, that's wrong. Actually,
Classic.
the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet?
What the fuck?
How dare you spew such indecent words?
No, I'm saying that
No.
the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean by denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my
Yeah, Jorf, I don't know if you've... She's a freak. She's got repressed sexual energy that leaks out.
Totally wacko.
It's her thing.
If you really
It's her
think
entire
it wasn't a
personality.
sprinkler, you'd better tell us why.
Except for when she sneezes and turns into a serial killer. The body itself. I mean, the bottom half of it is dry. Oh, we're doing this game? Alright, here we fucking go.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can
should prove it.
I'm down to 2 hearts.
remember what
If I
the
fail
body
this
was
trial
like
and I have to
after
do
the
everything
explosion,
again,
and you'll see why it wasn't the
that's gonna
sprinklers.
suck. I don't know how it works. I haven't failed yet.
The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
He literally pointed this out during the investigation, like word for word. Like, it's weird that you have to do something and he doesn't just say this.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Dun dun dun. Kyoko's the only one without an alibi, which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone? That's...
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever.
This sure sounds like someone who did something bad and is trying to convince people not to... not to punish them for it, and less so like a logical argument about anything.
Which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
I should have let it zoom out so I could get a look at her boots.
Far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
What?
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all
This is a good thought.
So that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Oh. She's gonna prolong this trial by throwing me under the
The
bus?
sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
Yeah.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a
Okay.
certain something to keep it from getting wet.
I still don't understand. Understand is the word that people use. Why it's grimy on one side. Like, dry on one side, wet on one side makes sense. If it's grimy, it means that at some point it, like, got into the dirt for some reason. The tarp's the obvious one, but I wonder about this duct tape. Right? Like... Well, I'll go with the obvious one.
I got it! You're talking
Okay.
about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that.
Okay.
Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water.
And everyone knows water makes things dirty. Nobody uses water to clean dirt off of things.
The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Alright, so her boots go pretty high up on her body. I can't tell if she's got like heels on the bottom or whatever though. Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? Yeah, and it was completely clean on one side, despite there being... Well, I mean, maybe this knife props up the tarp so it doesn't touch the blood?
Wait, something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said. I've got to shoot her with my truth gun. I think we want body before the explosion.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Okay, I think I went ahead and didn't get dirty. Yeah, the blood. Okay, it just tells us the blood hadn't dried yet.
By covering the body with the tarp.
The thing Makoto says at the end when it loops around is like a really, really big
The reason
hint.
the tarp was only dirty on was the spring.
But the underside, it was totally...
It's because that side was protected since it was facing down toward the body. Of course it didn't get dirty.
No,
We're getting our hearts back. We're clawing back.
actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
No, but it
If
was
they
dry.
had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Hold on. It doesn't... I thought it said stabbing with the knife was the cause of death, but it doesn't say that. So the pipe hit might have been the kill. And the knife is after. Camouflage. I'm thinking the chicken comes into this at some point.
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
Mm-hmm.
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
Okay, this is interesting because I was like, the chicken has blood, but I don't think that matters because they could have just got those blood packs from the nurse's office. But now that this idiot is saying it, I know it's about to get completely shut down.
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Okay. The missing chicken. Give me my hearts back.
Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens.
You could have thrown the entire chicken into the chicken-eating plant.
But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around.
Hmm.
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
If Toko did all of this in that moment where she went to get the pickaxe, like that, she would have had to work fast. So, this is all something someone did in the garden and then like couldn't leave. Couldn't risk leaving.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body.
Yeah.
But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait.
It's backwards.
No, the head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Or, well, I don't know.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body.
What are we talking about? Like, when are we talking about? I guess is what I really want to know. Right, because we didn't find a tarp or any of this stuff, so someone had to go sort of reset the scene. Okay, so it wouldn't take that
They'd be
long to
done
do
in
some
no
of this
time.
stuff.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto
Uh-oh.
came to us later.
Shit.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. Disguised dead body has been added to the truth bullet section. Huh.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh,
See? Pretty good idea, right?
She's into it.
no, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
Uh-huh.
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it. I don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way through. I feel like that's an important plot point that hasn't been brought up yet.
Then why did you hide that fact?
It's not that I hid it.
Have I told them about this yet? No, right? I thought maybe I really did kill him.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife
How are we
found
doing?
stuck
I
in the
lost a
body
ton of
came from
hearts
Makoto.
on a stupid thing. The sprinklers come on at 7:30, so I was shooting 7:30 with all my evidence, but you need to go and hit 10 to be like, this is, it couldn't have been 10 because they come on at 7:30. Like,
Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000%.
But ever since then, I've been hitting it perfect, getting my hearts back. And it's been pretty smooth. Except now I don't know what direction they're going.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have
What does the disguised dead body evidence say now? It's at the bottom, right? Suspect covered the body with a tarp to prevent it from getting wet. Later, when they removed the tarp, the suspect placed the white jacket on the body. It had been previously treated with blood. And we've got the fragments of the bomb. And this. Well, I think we're kind of supposed to use this new
that
evidence.
seals it. Makoto did it.
Or the fragments.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
We've already established that the coat was put on the body after the tarp was removed. Which means when the knife was thrust through the coat into the body, there was no blood.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to...
You can't check the log until you loop all the way around, huh? I would think I would present the Monokuma file, because I want to float the idea that this knife isn't what killed her. That it was the blunt force from the pipe or whatever it was. But that evidence is here, and I don't have it. I guess it's just trying to get at the fact that the coat had to go on before the knife was stabbed.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
But what am I countering?
You did have that knife before, and...
I think, oh no, I think it is stabbed her.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically made... Well,
getting stabbed.
Okay.
No, it's wrong. Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember?
Lies!
The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
The victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, there's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see. Stabbed a single time with a knife.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
And the knife
was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward.
I'm trying to think of how would they know they would have access to a bomb, right? That was a pretty recent discovery. It was only at midnight where they found Monokuma and the bomb there. So was it spur of the moment, or did they just hatch an amazing plan in the span of a couple hours?
They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up?
I like how we're only now just mentioning the fact that the body exploded when we found it.
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just...
I thought we just said it was to hide evidence.
I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
At least she knows she's dumb.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural.
Stray solar radiation that flipped a bit in reality.
We saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You.
Now we're back to her.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
She was nowhere near this bomb.
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate.
These titanium arrows, they're not thick like a pipe is thick, right? Like they can't be the
It
murder
won't
weapon,
change
right?
The facts of the case regardless.
It did go out of their way to be like, these are titanium. They're very strong. Oh, we just have the Monokuma file, huh?
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up, and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh. Which only leaves the hit.
The victim's fatal injury.
I wanted to check the log.
Correct?
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me, and then...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
I don't think it says the back of her head. It says the head. That's the only thing I got.
Then shall we continue? The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
She was already totally...
And it wasn't me because of the... And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Shoot!
Okay.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. Yes.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
No, it's wrong.
This doesn't seem like a contradiction per se.
Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty...
What are we doing?
I feel...
Seriously?
We want to figure
Moving
out what
past
killed
that.
her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
It was the fake nails. It's gotta be this, right? These look so thin. Like, it's gotta be this, but it can't be.
I got it!
Wow.
Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And that's what killed him. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
I don't buy it. Look how thin that thing is. I don't care what it's made of.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hina for doubting it, because there's one more thing about the weapon. One more secret. What? They're getting good at giving me evidence that makes it unclear what I'm supposed to
It was
do.
in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
If it was just that titanium arrow, it wouldn't be nearly thick enough. Oh, the tape bundled them all together.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
Well, because in them it said the weapon must have been about as thick. It seems like an arrow would just...
No, it's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape
Far-fletched.
would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks.
This locker key. I wonder if this is Byakuya. If he finally made his move, I don't know.
You put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Okay, I talked to you in the dojo when we first opened up the floor.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto? What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all. Remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
Okay, this is really, really, really obvious. Sometimes they give you these easy ones. I think it's just to get your hearts back.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my
Yeah.
room?
She has no idea about this because she genuinely never used it. It was planted there, and I think only one person could have planted it there.
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just, there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something.
Oh.
Last night, you were in
Oh
your
yeah,
room,
she could have used that
weren't you?
special tool to get into our room. She also could have used it to get into her room, now that I think about it.
Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She knew I was being attacked. And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko, she killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn.
That's so
but
sweet.
This is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Byakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? Because he's got the key?
Those words you just spoke. What?
What does this have to do with anything?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean...
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo and then left the locker key in my own room, correct?
Shoot!
Oh, okay.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
You should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never.
There's proof that you... Is that what you're...
You stated you said I hid and then left the but could I really have done that?
Maybe I take the locker key and shoot it at there's proof?
Those words you just...
Exactly. I'm not, but you should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never.
there's proof that you aren't... Is that what you're...
You stated a theory. You said I hid the evidence of my and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just...
Exactly. I'm not, but you should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never hide something from.
There's proof that you aren't the...
Okay.
No, that's wrong. If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me, and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Can't let that happen. This is a trap the Mastermind has laid for us. The Mastermind's trap. Mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I... The Mastermind's trap. This is weird. What do we do? The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The Mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Run away! I think we gotta call her out.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko was definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden. What could be worth destroying all of this? Getting us all killed?
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly
Have gotten into my room. No, that's wrong. No, Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school.
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing—
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it.
We exposed her for breaking regulations, I think.
So I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't, Kyoko? You really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
What?
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished! The class trial is all over!
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any—
It was all fake. The whole thing, the whole trial was a ruse to expose Kyoko and the stuff she's been up to.
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out! So then, it's time for voting time, okay? But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Maybe not, but something's weird. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who voted? None of us voted? Fuck this! You got it right. Brilliantly right. Does that mean she really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment! Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Oh my god. She genuinely looks scared. Fuck. And that's how the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent or... Regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others? What the fuck? What? Toko's dead? I guess I wasn't supposed to expose the lie. Oh my god. I can't wait. So she had she had both of their babies? Oh my god. I thought she had a fucking plan. I thought... She incriminated me on purpose with the intention of having me, like, throw it back, right? Like, I thought... I thought we were hitting the volleyball back and forth to each other, and I jumped up and like I went to hit it back to her, but I like spiked it in her face and knocked her flying into a smasher.
No, this isn't right.
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Oh, that's right. Do I expose her lie or not? Oh my god. That's so stupid. Avoiding danger, I feel like not exposing the lie is avoiding the danger, right? That was what really pushed me to do this. I was like, I gotta take a risk. I gotta... Run away. I guess we do this. I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. It didn't say this is the option you choose if you believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
The key? The key to her room? What? We didn't find it, he just had it, right?
It had to be Makoto, right?
Oh, he's saying the locker key. When we got in there, I just like planted it.
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
This is the first time we've seen this face, I think.
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front
What if we
of
just
you.
don't vote?
Voting time?
I like how I lost like 3 hearts fucking up over and over and over relentlessly, and it still was like, that's a B.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
The fact that you don't get to choose who you vote for is really weird. Here's where Makoto dies and we just play as Kyoko for the rest of the game. You think I'm the killer? I mean, yeah. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone.
Yep.
They got it right. Oh. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. The whole trial doesn't make any sense. When she said she showed up in my room to protect me, it's possible she sees I fucking murdered this person. And she cleans up after it for me. Same as always, just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Kills, chills, kills!
Kyoko!
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment
Do we literally just run away?
time!
Is that, are we gonna get 2 bad endings and you're supposed to just run away? Do I get the smasher? Dude, Makoto's theme is great. Oh. What is going on? What's this? What's going on? Why didn't this happen to Kyoko? Yeah, it had to be. Alter ego. Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell! I don't believe this. You finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's even better. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
so
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Time unknown. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. And then, I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I gonna be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me. And he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of there. I'm trying to remember all the other executions. A rocket and a tank. Better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. A desk, probably the one that fell down here with me. An airplane? And something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit. Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level. Oh man. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't gonna be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decided to look around for some food. Garbage food. It's all rotten. That was pointless too. Next I searched for some water. You don't have to search for individual things. Like, you can just search and see if you find things where you search that you like. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones that are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up. Because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed, and all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Good crunch. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. Has someone thrown away, like, a bunch of food and books to read and maybe a key to get out of here also? As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over here? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? He really is the ultimate layabout. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Kyoko? You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. What is it? A cup of... Gokubbed? She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you. I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. Whew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me? To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone.
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. Abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive no matter the cost. What did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. Ooh. I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
I did. Once.
I...
Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot that that's... Yeah, the amnesia. No memory? That's impossible. Then is it really true you lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? When we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of this school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind? One of us? I mean, yeah. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Okay. Yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked for you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think it's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own, so how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. The ultimate detective. I called this like 5 minutes into this game or something.
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father, also called that.
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster, no matter the cost.
So,
My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. Makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear, so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. Why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. Is this some kind of map?
Indeed.
A layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, the room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check. And that's when I finally remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room, but once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. And I'm sure you'll get the chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important, and really ominous.
However...
Of course. Oh yeah, no cameras, no monitors. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. Yeah, Mukuro Ikusaba. Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. Okay, so I wasn't far off when I said it was fake. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
Right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you're free to explore at your discretion.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations. We've been talking about this. Yes.
Hey.
That's exactly what it is. There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. Yeah. I could have been the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? During the night, I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. Jesus. What kind of detective are you? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
Now you're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Yeah, let me absorb this a little more. Is there a regulation that says the mastermind can't kill someone if they want, right? Like, I think just because they killed Mukuro doesn't mean, well, yeah. They did kill Mukuro, but they were unable to kill Kyoko. That is a contradiction. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean? The mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro is the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair? That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. And they're, make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Wow. Dream Island rocket. I don't know what that has to do with me. There's another ultimate despair, who is the mastermind, that is one of us. And they're getting cornered. I mean, Byakuya is an obvious candidate. I get weird vibes from Yasuhiro. I can't really think of... Like, I guess they would be getting cornered by... Like, Sakura broke the headmaster's lock. And now Kyoko is able to sneak around and learn more things. But I don't know how that would implicate any one person in particular. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. What happens to me? If I just get out of here and go back into the school proper, like, am I still part of the game? Am I now like an outside agent? Do you still have that one thing? The secret tool you got from the headmaster's room? Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
And we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey Kyoko, can we use that key of yours?
It's true.
Let's find out. I sure fucking hope so. That or you should have brought a lot more buns and water. Yes, it opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing. Oh, this is going to be the hatch in the garbage room? Yeah. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. Yeah, her boots do have heels. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. It's almost a miracle that I didn't die when I fell down this whole thing. It's almost like that was completely unbelievable and they made no attempt to... What a thrill of darkness and silence in the night. So, I can't remember those lyrics even. What a thrill. Yeah, I'll be careful. Do you know they found a skip in Metal Gear Solid 3 where they wig out and get into the ladder and just zip all the way up the ladder? So you don't hear the song anymore in the speedrun? And the thread that posted the discovery is just filled with people like, this sucks. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long? Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. And is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. But how come? Like your family tradition, right? So,
right.
Because we take pride in it.
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence.
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
This is why detectives are secret and can never be found. I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. The reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I have absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about. Wrong. There's nothing I want to talk to my father about. There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever. The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression, so I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's why anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
There's one thing that I could never forgive. Really?
so...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past, in order to remove him from my life forever, I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. I mean, I don't get why people... I was never raised in a family setting that held family in such high regard, so sometimes there's other people or stories in media and stuff where there's an emphasis on family that, like, I just don't get. I'm with Kyoko, like, 1000%. I think it's weird that Makoto can't even see where she's coming from on this. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Yeah, I was thinking, he was like, hey, listen, maybe we should start climbing. We've been talking a long time.
Indeed.
And then the two portraits like actually animate up the ladder. On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back. Isn't this gonna be locked on the other side of it? I hope she unlocked this beforehand.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. As someone raised in a family that pushed the importance of family, I still agree with Kyoko. Yeah. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. I mean, I don't even think Makoto's really all that interested in family, right? He hasn't... Well, they did show his family in that one scene, huh? And he was like, damn, that sucks, and then just kind of moved on. I don't know. He doesn't seem all that concerned. The hatch opened with ease, and so... Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. This is how we got out of the garbage pit. I never would have imagined that's where this led. Garbage gotta go somewhere. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
in other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, no, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Damn, okay. You should be in the gym, she says. But
Well now.
Kyoko I don't mind so much, but Makoto's supposed to be dead! What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished! Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again! And this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko, do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing. If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? I lose? Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill
in
me.
other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the blackened and then executed, right? What are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right.
The game relentlessly making me feel guilty for picking the other option. And in response to that unexpected development, you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. I mean, this kind of exposes all of the class trials as just like a sham, right? There isn't one blackened that everyone needs to find. Like it, they just do what they want, really. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of it being that you could that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. I mean, but they already did it. They already tried to do that, though. They were gonna do that. Unless they weren't gonna do that, and this wasn't Alter Ego saving the day, but like, that was all according to plan. They knew I wasn't gonna be executed. But maybe not. If the blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? That means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the blackened is me and not Makoto? Well, you can prove this, right? No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such a bold claims without shred of evidence?
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. I mean, that's exactly what I tried to do. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
However-
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased, she said, looking directly into the camera.
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and
that's what
square,
we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
That would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Very.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now what you suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax. Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out? Or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
Guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right, every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
Barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
Wow. That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school, then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure. She's fucking into it. I'm scared out of my mind.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations. It's weird that they're harping on how rock solid the regulations are, when they're also willing to just kill people who didn't actually do the crime. But I guess there's no regulation about that. But then they didn't need to use the trial to kill Kyoko. So, yeah, contradictions after contradictions. Which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. No headmaster, no other person mastermind. What?
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why do you go quiet all of a sudden? I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you, so get lost, would you? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone, get out of here. Okay, I'm going, you really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey.
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However...
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
So...
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
Because...
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So when was it?
So...
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah.
Listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However...
And yet somehow the mastermind was able to do it.
In other words...
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult.
So...
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
It would seem...
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. And that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
In other words...
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely.
Hey.
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. Hope, right?
That's right.
And for those of us who represent hope, to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really the only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words...
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world, the mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game but a one-sided slaughter.
At the very least...
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. Okay. They're following the regulations to fool the audience. And so that's why, if the class trial appears to kill someone, everyone just sees that. I guess the people watching... I assumed the people watching would be seeing the murders in the cameras, right? I assumed that would be on there. So I thought they would see that whatever happened wasn't Makoto killing someone. So they would know it was bullshit when Makoto got punished. But I guess we have to work on the assumption that they don't see that stuff, and so they could be completely fooled by a sham trial. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
Indeed.
Precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, and so she was punished, but in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules, to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't
It's
work.
true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words...
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd have violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge?
However...
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd showed my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However...
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
Correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except to win.
Hey.
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
However...
Is that really possible?
Anyway,
right now we have to go find the
Shall we
others.
go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go?
Anyway...
I gotta find a good point to call it at some point. Can I go? Can I do it? 199 coins. Well, whoop. I think we're gonna call it here. I don't know if it's gonna be one last stream. It would be nice to do the whole finale in one go. I'm just worried it's gonna take a long time. So I'll save it here. Well, I'll just go ahead and do it. And I'll put these 200 coins in on my own time. And I'll come back on Friday afternoon, like around 4 p.m. Eastern time, maybe a bit later. I was a bit late starting this one even, and my sleep schedule is just moving further and further forward. But yeah, around then, and then I don't know, I might try to finish this chapter, which might be the final chapter, assuming it doesn't go on too long. We'll see, I guess. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks to Jor for the raid. If you want to watch the rest of the playthrough, highlights are on the channel. I'll highlight this one shortly. And I'll have some time to think about who the mastermind is. Well, until Friday.